Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson mist came with the dawn, seeping through the ancient forest of Lunagent like blood through water. It curled around the silverbark trees with almost sentient purpose, withering leaves that had remained evergreen for 10,000 years. Wherever it touched, the legendary luminescence of the elven forest dimmed, leaving behind twisted husks that wept amber tears from blackened trunks. From the highest spire of Astral Vale Palace, a structure that appeared to have been grown rather than built, its crystalline towers and organic archways emerging seamlessly from the great mother trees, Prince Thaler Silvershade watched the destruction with hollow eyes. 3 weeks had passed since the mist first appeared at the forest's edge, and already a third of Lunagent lay in ruin. The kingdom's greatest mages had exhausted themselves attempting to repel it, their most powerful incantations dissipating uselessly in its crimson depths. Thaler's fingers tightened around the hilt of the sword belted at his waist. The Twilight Blade, ancient heirloom of the Silvershade dynasty, thrummed with a faint disquiet beneath his touch. Its iridescent blade, forged from metal not of this world, pulsed with a soft blue glow that seemed to intensify as it faced the direction of the approaching mist. "It senses the imbalance," came a voice from behind him. Thaler did not turn. Elder Moonsong, with her silent steps and uncanny awareness, had been appearing unannounced since he was a child. As the keeper of the ancestral memories, she alone had access to knowledge long forgotten by even the oldest living elves. "You've found something," Thaler stated, his melodic voice tight with controlled desperation. The ancient elf moved beside him, her silver hair cascading like moonlight over robes embedded with constellation patterns that shifted subtly as she moved. Her eyes, pearls of wisdom acquired through 50 centuries of life, held both knowledge and sorrow. "The Twilight Blade was never meant to stand alone," she said, her gaze fixed on the distant crimson tide. "It has a twin." "A twin?" Thaler turned to her, disbelief etched on his features. "Our histories make no mention." "Not in our histories," Moonsong interrupted, her voice hardening. "A D in theirs." The word hung between them like a physical presence. Theirs, the dwarves of Khazad-Vorn, whose mountain halls lay 7 days' journey to the east, beyond the Glass Mountains, ancient enemies whose war with the elves had ended in an uneasy peace 5 centuries ago, maintained through careful distance and minimal contact. "The Dawn Axe," Moonsong continued, unrolling an ancient scroll whose parchment seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. Upon it, intricate illustrations depicted 2 weapons, the familiar, elegant curve of the Twilight Blade beside a mighty axe whose head was forged in the shape of a rising sun. Together, they once formed the dusk and dawn, the divine instruments of balance. Apart, they are powerful. "United, they can stop the mist," Thaler finished, the realization dawning with terrible clarity. "More," Moonsong corrected, "they can heal what has already been lost." "But the ritual requires both bearers, the rightful wielders of each ancestral weapon," Thaler turned back to the window, watching as a flock of moon swans, birds whose feathers held the healing magic that was the pride of Lunagent, fell from the sky, their white plumage stained crimson as they passed through the mist. Who bears the axe? Moonsong's silence was answer enough. The ancient enmity between their peoples was not without cause. 500 years ago, King Branna Silvershade, Thaler's grandfather, had led a campaign against the dwarves of Khazad Vorn, believing them responsible for the poisoning of the sacred Silver Springs. The resulting conflict had culminated in the Battle of Shattered Stone, where Queen Moradin Ironheart's family had been slaughtered before her eyes. Queen Moradin now ruled Khazad Vorn with a notorious hatred for all elven kind. "There must be another way," Thaler whispered. "There is not," Moonsong replied with the implacable certainty of one who had witnessed the turning of ages. "Already I sense the hand behind this curse. The mist is merely the instrument. The intent behind it is far darker." 3 days later, Thaler stood at the eastern border of Lunagent, the once vibrant forest now silent behind him. He had traveled with only 2 companions, Elindra Swiftshadow, captain of the Moon Guard and his most trusted friend since childhood, and Elder Moonsong, whose knowledge would be essential for the ritual if they succeeded. Before them stretched the Glass Mountains, a treacherous range whose crystalline peaks reflected sunlight in disorienting prismatic patterns, creating illusions that had led countless travelers to their deaths. Beyond lay the stark kingdom of Khazad Vorn, carved into the living rock of the eastern range. "The dwarven sentinels patrol the Crystal Pass," Elindra warned, her keen eyes scanning the glittering slopes. Her armor, fashioned from overlapping silver scales that moved like water with each motion, caught the light as she nocked an arrow in her moonbow, a weapon whose string was woven from enchanted moonlight. "They will not welcome elvish visitors. Then we shall not use the pass," Thaler decided, his gaze shifting to a narrow ravine half hidden by the mountain's curvature. "The whispering cleft may serve us better." Moonsong's expression darkened. "The cleft is treacherous not merely in terrain. The whispers from which it takes its name have driven stronger minds than ours to madness." "Nevertheless," Thaler said, adjusting the Twilight Blade at his hip, "it offers our best chance of reaching Khazad Vorn undetected." The journey through the Whispering Cleft nearly broke them. For 3 days they navigated its twisting passages, their minds assaulted by voices that seemed to emanate from the crystalline walls themselves, voices that knew their deepest fears and most closely guarded secrets. Thaler heard his father's dying words, accusations of failure that had haunted him since assuming the regency. Elindra relived the moment her family was lost to the Great Winter, her arrows useless against the implacable cold. Only Moonsong seemed able to resist the whispers, her ancient mind fortified by centuries of guarding memories far more terrible than any personal tragedy. On the 4th day, they emerged onto a windswept plateau overlooking the valley of Khazad Vorn. Unlike the organic grace of Lunagent, the Dwarven Kingdom was a monument to geometric precision and unyielding strength. Great pillars of carved stone supported massive terraces cut into the mountainside, their surfaces adorned with runes that glowed with inner fire. Smoke rose from countless forged chimneys, and the distant rhythm of hammers echoed across the valley like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. Beautiful in its way, Thaler admitted, surprising himself with the sincerity of the observation. Their entry into Khazad Vorn was less a matter of stealth than of calculated risk. Disguised as traders from the Western human kingdoms, they passed through the outer checkpoints with forged credentials prepared by Moonsong, whose memory of dwarven customs and protocols spanned centuries of observation. The inner halls of Khazad Vorn defied Thylor's expectations. While the outer fortifications spoke of war and vigilance, the residential districts revealed a culture of surprising sophistication. Intricate mosaics depicted historical events with mathematical precision. Channels of molten glass ran through the streets, providing both light and heat. Music, deep and resonant, yet complex in its harmonies, echoed from taverns where dwarves gathered to share tales of their ancestors, deeds. "Oh, they are not so different from us," Elindra whispered, her prejudice wavering as she watched a dwarf craftsman teach his daughter the art of gem cutting, his thick fingers surprisingly delicate as they guided her small hands. "All children of the Creator are kin beneath their differences," Moonsong replied. "Under truth, both our peoples forgot long ago. Their plan to request a formal audience with Queen Moradin dissolved the moment they entered the Great Bazaar at the heart of the city. There, displayed prominently in the Royal Announcer's Pavilion, was a proclamation offering a king's ransom for information leading to the capture of the elvish prince who dares trespass on dwarven soil. "We've been betrayed," Elindra hissed, her hand moving instinctively to her concealed bow. "No." Moonsong's voice was tight with realization. "We've been anticipated." The attack came without warning. One moment they were moving through the crowded market. The next, dwarven guards materialized from alcoves and side passages, their enchanted hammers and axes leveled with deadly intent. Elindra managed to loose 2 arrows before a bowler wrapped around her legs, sending her crashing to the stone floor. Thaler drew the Twilight Blade, its blue glow intensifying as he raised it defensively, but stopped when he saw Moonsong standing calmly amid the chaos, her hands raised in surrender. "Enough!" came a voice that resonated with authority. The crowd parted to reveal a figure whose presence commanded immediate respect. Queen Moradin Ironheart stood barely to Thaler's shoulder, yet the power in her compact frame was undeniable. Her beard, braided elaborately with gold and mithril beads that denoted achievements and victories, framed a face whose beauty lay in its absolute conviction. Upon her back was strapped an axe, whose golden head was forged in the unmistakable shape of a rising sun. "The Dawn Axe," Thaler breathed, lowering his blade. "The Twilight Blade," Moradin responded, her dark eyes fixed on the weapon with an expression caught between hatred and hunger. "And brought into my kingdom by the grandson of the elf who slaughtered my brothers before my eyes. Your Majesty," Moonsong stepped forward, bowing deeply, "we come not to reopen old wounds, but to prevent new ones. The crimson mist consumes your precious forest." "Yes, we know." Moradin's voice was like stone grinding against stone. "Our seers have watched its progress. Soon it will reach the glass mountains, and then our borders. Then you understand why we've come," Thaler said, sheathing his sword slowly. "The blade and the axe must be united, yes." Moradin's laugh held no humor. "Did you think we had forgotten our own prophecies, elf? That we remained ignorant while your kind hoarded knowledge like misers?" She gestured sharply, and the guards seized them, firmly but without unnecessary brutality. "Take them to the Ancestral Vault," Moradin commanded. "Let them see the truth their histories have denied them." The Ancestral Vault lay at the heart of the mountain, its massive doors inscribed with runes so ancient they predated the dwarven written language. Inside, illuminated by light that seemed to emanate from the stone itself, were artifacts spanning thousands of years of dwarven history, weapons, armor, crowns, and treasures whose craftsmanship told the story of a civilization as old as time itself. At the chamber's center stood a raised dais supporting a block of transparent crystal. Embedded within it was a scroll identical to the one Moonsong had shown Thaler. the twin to her own record of the blade and axe. "You know," Thaler said, understanding dawning, "that the Grey Mage orchestrates the mist." "Yes." Moradin's voice had lost some of its edge. "Magister Thorn, who once served both our courts as advisor and peacemaker, who gained our trust, learned our secrets, and now uses them against us." "But why?" Elindra demanded, still struggling against her bonds. What could he possibly gain from destroying Lunagent? "Not destruction," Moonsong corrected, her ancient eyes fixed on inscriptions along the vault's walls. "Rebirth. The mist doesn't merely kill, it transforms." Thorn believes he is creating a new world, one purged of the ancient races, to make way for his vision of a purer creation. "He was my mentor," Thalor admitted, the betrayal still fresh. "I trusted him above all others." "As did I," Moradin acknowledged, surprising them with this moment of shared experience. "He counseled patience when I would have renewed war against your kind. Now I understand why." A heavy silence fell between them, Elven prince and Dwarven queen, ancient enemies united by common betrayal. "The ritual requires the willing cooperation of both bearers," Moonsong said finally. "The blade and axe must be brought together at the birthplace of both our races." "The kingdom of Dawnrise," Moradin nodded. "The ancient realm where elf and dwarf were once a single people before the sundering." Thaler's head snapped up. "A single people? Our histories speak of no such." "Because they were rewritten," Moradin interrupted, "by those who sought to ensure our division would never heal." She moved to the crystal block, placing her hand upon its surface. The scroll within began to glow, projecting images into the air above, scenes of a civilization unlike either of their own, where beings with both the grace of elves and the sturdy strength of dwarves lived in harmony with the natural world while mastering the secrets of stone and metal. "Before the sundering, before we became separate races, we were the Dawnsong," Moonsong whispered, using a word that resonated in both Elven and Dwarven tongues. "Children of a goddess whose tears became our two peoples when she was forced to choose between the sky and the stone. The blade and the axe were forged from those tears," Moradin continued, "meant to be wielded together, to maintain the balance she could no longer preserve herself." Thalor looked from the ancient scroll to the weapons they carried, the elegant curve of his Twilight Blade and the solid power of Moradin's Dawn axe. Not opposites, he realized, but complements like day and night, neither complete without the other. "The mist spreads faster than we can travel," Elindra warned. "Even if we leave now, Lunagent will be consumed before we reach Dawnrise." "Not if we use the deep roads," Moradin declared, a decision visibly forming behind her eyes. "The ancient highways beneath the mountains, created when our peoples were one. They lead directly to Dawnrise, bypassing the surface world entirely. They're said to be haunted," one of the Dwarven guards protested. "All the better," Moradin replied grimly. "Thorn will expect us to flee, not to delve deeper." And so, an unlikely alliance was formed, the Elven Prince and his companions joining with Queen Moradin and a select group of her most trusted rune guards. Together they descended into the deep roads, a network of tunnels whose architecture blended elven organic curves with dwarven geometric precision in a style unlike anything seen in the modern world. The journey was fraught with dangers beyond anything they had anticipated. Ancient guardians, constructs of stone and magic that recognized neither elf nor dwarf as their masters, barred their path at every turn. Chambers, once dedicated to crafts long forgotten, had become nests for creatures that had evolved in darkness for millennia. And always they felt the malevolent awareness of the Grey Mage tracking their progress. sending his corrupted servants to intercept them. Yet in facing these challenges together, something unexpected occurred. Elindra and the dwarven captain Grimbeard developed a gruff respect as they scouted ahead, each recognizing the other's skill. Moonsong and the dwarven lawmasters exchanged knowledge kept secret for centuries, their shared wonder overcoming ancient prohibitions. And Thailor and Moradin, thrust into leadership over this fragile alliance, found in each other a mirror of their own burdens and strengths. "Your grandfather killed my brothers," Moradin said one night as they camped in a vast cavern whose ceiling was adorned with crystals resembling stars. But he did so, believing they had poisoned the Silver Springs, an act that would have doomed Lunagent. "They didn't?" Thaler asked, surprised by this deviation from the history he had been taught. "No." Moradin's laugh was bitter. "Nor did your archers deliberately target our civilians in the Battle of Shattered Stone, as I was raised to believe." Thorn, Thaler realized, playing both sides for centuries. Patient beyond imagining, Moradin agreed, waiting until he had learned enough of our most ancient magics to enact his grand design. On the 7th day of their underground journey, they emerged into the ruins of Dawnrise, a city whose splendor, even in decay, surpassed anything in their living experience. Great spires of crystal and stone rose from a central plateau, their surfaces etched with the history of a unified people. At its heart stood a circular dais carved from a single massive gemstone, with two distinct impressions designed to hold the blade and axe. They were not alone. The Grey Mage awaited them, his once kindly features now transformed by the power he had absorbed from the spreading mist. His robes, no longer grey but crimson, billowed around him as if alive, and his eyes burned with fanatical purpose. "My most promising students," he greeted them, his voice echoing unnaturally through the ancient chamber, "come to witness the culmination of my great work." "Your betrayal, you mean," Thaler replied, the Twilight Blade humming with increasing intensity in his hand. "Betrayal," Thorn laughed. "When I seek to heal the sundering, to create a world reborn, purged of the division that has plagued it since the goddess's tears fell. From the transformed lands will rise a new people, neither elf nor dwarf, but something greater." "Without our consent," Moradin growled, the dawn axe beginning to glow with golden light that matched the blue radiance of Thalor's sword. "You would sacrifice existing lives for your vision of perfection. Willing sacrifices are rare in acts of creation," Thorn replied dismissively. "The goddess herself did not ask permission before creating your flawed races." As he spoke, crimson tendrils of mist began to seep into the chamber from every entrance, moving with unnatural purpose toward the dais. Where they touched the ancient stone, it blackened and cracked, the history inscribed upon it dissolving into nothingness. "Now!" Moonsong cried. Thalor and Moradin moved as one, centuries of division forgotten as they charged toward the dais. Thorn unleashed a torrent of crimson energy, but Elindra and Grimbeard intercepted it with shields enchanted by their combined lore, buying the bearers precious seconds to reach their destination. As Thaler plunged the Twilight Blade into its designated place on the dais, Moradin did the same with the Dawn Axe. The moment both weapons connected with the ancient stone, a shockwave of pure energy, neither light nor sound, but something more fundamental, exploded outward. The crimson mist recoiled as if in pain, while Thorn's corporeal form began to dissolve, his centuries of stolen power insufficient to withstand the primal force of creation itself. "As this changes nothing," he screamed as his body fragmented into motes of crimson light. "The division remains in your hearts. You will never truly unite." But as the light from the united artifacts intensified, Thalor and Moradin found themselves unable to release their weapons and unwilling to try. Through the blade and axe flowed memories not their own, the shared history of their people before the sundering, the love of the goddess who had sacrificed herself to save her children, and the truth that neither elf nor dwarf was complete without the other. When the light finally faded, the grey mage was gone. In place of the weapons stood a single crystalline tree whose roots extended into the stone and whose branches reached toward the distant ceiling, half organic in its grace, half geometric in its precision, and wholly unlike anything in the divided world above. The Dawn Tree, Moonsong whispered in awe. A symbol of our unified past and perhaps our future. As they emerged from the ruined city onto the surface world, they found the crimson mist receding everywhere, leaving behind not destruction, but renewal. The withered trees of Lunagent stood straight once more, their silver bark shimmering with restored vitality. The corrupted creatures had returned to their natural forms, and the very air seemed cleaner, as if purged of an invisible taint. But it seems we have much history to relearn, Thalor said, as they stood at the crossroads where their paths would soon diverge. He to Lunagent, she to Khazad Vorn. And perhaps new history to write, Moradin replied, her normally stern features softened by something that might, with encouragement, become a smile. Behind them, the first diplomatic mission between their realms in 5 centuries prepared to depart, dwarven craftsmen eager to help rebuild damaged sections of Lunagent, and elven healers ready to treat mountain sickness in the depths of Khazad Vorn. Small steps, perhaps, but significant ones. The blade and axe are gone, Elindra noted, returned to the source from which they came. Yet their essence remains, Moonsong countered, gesturing to the matching marks on Thalor and Moradin's palms, impressions left by the hilts of their ancestral weapons, glowing faintly with intermingled blue and gold light. A reminder that what appears separate may, in truth, be halves of a greater whole. As Thalor watched Moradin stride away, her proud bearing unchanged yet somehow lightened, he felt the truth of Moonsong's words in the core of his being. The alliance of their ancestral blades had done more than defeat a common enemy. It had revealed a common origin, and with it, the possibility of a shared future. Story 2. Dawn broke reluctantly over the contested vales, painting the misty borderlands between realms in uncertain light. The ancient trees of Silverhaven's edge stood like silent sentinels, their silver-barked trunks gleaming with ethereal luminescence, even as their leaves trembled with unnatural dread. Opposite them, across a meadow strewn with wildflowers that had no business blooming amid such tension, the jagged stone outcroppings of Iron Peak loomed dark and immovable, their rune-carved surfaces pulsing faintly with protective magic. Between these ancient territories, a stream once known as the Silver Thread, celebrated in ballads as the glistening ribbon binding 2 proud realms in peace, now ran murky and uncertain, as if the water itself sensed the coming conflict. Lyra Folaprata knelt among the roots of an elder sentinel tree, her fingers brushing its bark in silent communion. The last daughter of House Twilightguard wore her heritage in the silver circlet upon her brow, etched with the crescent moon and stars of her lineage. Her armor, light yet strong, shimmered with enchantments woven by her ancestors. Scaled plates of moon silver fitted perfectly to her lithe form, adorned with engraved leaves that seemed to rustle with phantom breezes. "They've moved their stone shapers to the eastern ridge," she whispered to the tree, feeling its ancient consciousness stir in response. 20 more warhammers arrived before nightfall. Their intention is clear. From her vantage point, she could see the dwarven encampment, a marvel of efficiency and engineering. In less than a fortnight, They had transformed a bare hillside into a fortress of interlocking stone structures, each positioned with mathematical precision. Smoke rose from forge chimneys, and the distant rhythm of hammers rang across the vale like war drums. Lyra nocked an arrow, not to fire, but as a comfort, a habitual response to unease. As first archer of the Twilight Watch, she had spent centuries patrolling these borders, exchanging respectful nods with dwarven sentries across the stream. Tension was nothing new between their peoples, but this was different. This was the prelude to war, yet something felt wrong. The whispers from the Silver Court urged aggression, speaking of dwarven treachery and plots to dam the mystical wellsprings upon which elven magic depended. But such accusations contradicted everything she knew of dwarven honor, even amid their historical differences. A whisper of wind brushed her cheek, carrying a scent that did not belong, ancient stone, forgotten magic, and something else. A hint of corruption that reminded her of the forbidden archives where dark texts were sealed. Her silver eyes narrowed as she gazed beyond both encampments to where the land fell away into mist-shrouded hills. Nethermere, the ancient ruins that neither elf nor dwarf claimed, the place of broken oaths and fallen powers. The dreams began that night, dreams of dark corridors carved with symbols that hurt her eyes to behold, dreams of a mountain hollowed by forgotten hands, its heart pulsing with malevolent purpose. And most disturbing, dreams of a dwarf whose hands bore runes etched into flesh rather than mere ink or paint, his eyes reflecting a defiance that mirrored her own confusion. Miles away, in a solitary forge built into a remote mountainside far from Iron Peak's proud halls, Vargrim Runasange awakened with a gasp, his sleeping palate soaked with sweat despite the winter chill. His powerful hands, each finger adorned with meticulously self-carved runes that glowed with suppressed power, clutched at the air as if seeking an anchor in reality. "The elf again," he growled, his voice rough from disuse. Few heard his words anymore, save the ravens that brought him news, and the occasional traveler brave enough to seek his unmatched runic craftsmanship. 3 years of exile had transformed Vargrim from the celebrated runekeeper of Iron Peak into a figure of fearful legend. His workshop, carved into the living rock of the mountainside, was a chaotic testament to his obsessive work. Tables crowded with half-finished weapons bearing experimental runes, walls covered with intricate diagrams mapping connections between ancient power systems. And in the center, a forge whose flames burned with unnatural colors when he channeled his power through it. The dreams had plagued him for a fortnight, visions of elven forests where trees communicated through networks of light, of an archer whose silver eyes seemed to peer into his very soul, and behind it all, the pulsing darkness of Nethermere calling to him with promises of vindication. "I will not answer," he told the empty room, though the denial rang hollow even to his ears. He had been exiled for warning the Iron Peak Council of exactly this, the awakening of what slumbered beneath Nethermere. They had called him mad, stripped him of position and clan name, and driven him to this lonely existence rather than face the truth. That the god Morgoth, whom their ancestors had helped imprison millennia ago, was stirring in his ancient bonds. Now armies gathered, and Vargrim's runic wards detected malevolent whispers flowing like poisoned water into both realms, nurturing suspicion and hatred where uneasy respect had long prevailed. When Lyra arrived at his door 3 days later, bow drawn and eyes wild with suspicion, Vargrim merely stepped aside to let her enter. "You're shorter than in the dreams," she said accusingly. Arrow still nocked, though pointed slightly downward now. "And you're exactly as insufferably elegant," he replied, turning his back to stoke the forge, a deliberate show of disrespect or trust. She couldn't decide which. "Your dreams have walked with mine," Lyra stated, slowly lowering her weapon. "The ancient magic of dream threading is extinct. How is this possible?" Vargrim's laugh was bitter as winter wind through mountain passes. "Nothing that powerful is ever truly extinct, elf. It merely waits for necessity." He turned to face her, firelight casting his runed features in stark relief. "We are connected because we alone have resisted the whispers." The truth of his words resonated within her. Among the Silver Court, she alone had questioned the sudden call to arms, and judging by his exile, he had stood similarly apart from his people. "Nethermere," she said simply. Vargrim nodded. "The ancient prison weakens. Morgoth stirs." "Morgoth is a dwarven legend," Lyra scoffed, though uncertainty tinged her voice. "Is he?" Vargrim moved to a cluttered shelf, retrieving a tarnished cylinder. From it, he unrolled an ancient parchment covered in script that seamlessly blended elven flowing glyphs with dwarven angular runes, an impossibility that stopped her objection cold. "The binding accord," he explained. "Adil, the last time our peoples fought together rather than each other, 7 elven archmagic weavers and 7 dwarven runelords combined their arts to imprison an entity that had nearly devoured both our realms." Her fingers traced the script with scholarly reverence. "This is High Elven from the Second Moonrise era, intertwined with deep dwarvish mathematical runic sequences. A magical binary code." "Precisely." Vargrim seemed almost impressed. "But each race contributed what the other lacked. Elven magic could create the prison, but only dwarven rune mathematics could make it stable across time." Outside, thunder rumbled unnaturally despite clear skies. "He sends dreams to your leaders," Vargrim continued urgently, whispering of threats that don't exist, nurturing ancient prejudices. "While we fight each other, his avatar walks among us, feeding him power through conflict and fear." Avatar. Lyra's hand instinctively moved to her bow, a living extension of himself, a shapeshifter that can appear as either elf or dwarf, turning counsel against counsel. Recognition dawned in Lyra's silver eyes. "The new advisor to our queen, Thalindril." "He arrived as tensions began, speaking always of dwarven movements that must be countered." Vargrim's expression darkened. "Day, and in Iron Peak, a trader named Karok brings constant reports of elven aggression, always counseling preemptive strikes." The journey to Nethermere required crossing the increasingly militarized border, a feat they accomplished by traveling through the forgotten tunnels, ancient trading routes beneath the silver thread that had fallen into disuse as relations cooled over centuries. These passages, carved with both elven and dwarven craftsmanship, stood as mute testimony to a more cooperative past. "Your kind always adds unnecessary flourishes," Vargrim grumbled, pointing to decorative arches that transitioned into dwarven geometric precision further along. "And your kind builds as if beauty were a sin rather than a necessity," Lyra returned, though her tone held more curiosity than accusation. Their bickering ceased abruptly as they emerged into Nethermere proper, a valley shrouded in unnatural mist where ruins of a civilization predating both their races rose like the bones of fallen giants. Structures of impossible architecture tilted at angles that hurt the eyes, built of stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. At the valley's center stood a perfect circle of 7 obsidian monoliths, each carved with symbols from the binding accord. From beneath them, barely visible through cracks in the ancient stonework, pulsed a sickly violet light. "We're too late," Vargrim whispered. "The barrier thins." A soft laugh echoed from behind them, melodious yet discordant, like music played on instruments slightly out of tune. They turned to find a figure that shifted unnervingly between appearances, sometimes appearing as a noble elf lord, sometimes as a distinguished dwarf elder, its true form impossible to perceive directly. "The dreamers arrive," it said, its voice similarly unstable. "How convenient to find you both here, away from your armies. When your bodies are found, each side will blame the other." The final spark for glorious war. "Shapeshifter," Vargrim spat, raising his runed hands which began to glow with power. "Avatar of Morgoth." "Names have power. Runesmith," the creature hissed, momentarily solidifying into a form of living shadow with violet eyes. "You should not speak his so freely." Lyra's bow sang as she loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession. The creature moved with impossible speed, dodging 2 while catching the 3rd, which promptly exploded into blinding light, a sun arrow crafted specifically to combat darkness. The avatar shrieked, its form destabilizing further. Vargrim seized the opportunity, slamming his runed fist into the ground. The earth beneath the creature erupted with glowing sigils that formed a temporary binding circle. "I cannot hold it long," he grunted, blood trickling from his nose with the effort of maintaining such powerful runes. "The binding is unstable without the full array of 7 runesmiths." "Then we adapt," Lyra declared, dropping her bow and placing her hands alongside his on the ground. "My people's magic flows through living things, earth, trees, water. Let it flow through your runes." Their eyes met, centuries of cultural division momentarily forgotten in the face of immediate threat. With a curt nod, Vargrim altered his runic array, creating channels where her magic could flow. Lyra closed her eyes, summoning the ancient elven weaving arts that connected living energies into patterns of power. Silver light from her hands met the golden glow of his runes, intertwining like the script on the binding accord. The avatar howled as the improvised binding tightened around it, its form compressing into a singularity of darkness. "This will not hold me," it raged, voice distorting as its form collapsed further. "My master wakes, the armies gather. Blood will flow and feed his return." "Not if we reveal the truth," Lyra countered, her voice strained with effort. "Not when both our peoples see how they've been manipulated." With a final surge of combined power, they forced the avatar back through the cracks beneath the monoliths, sealing the breach temporarily with their intertwined magics. As the creature vanished, a psychic backlash exploded outward, a mental scream of rage and thwarted purpose that echoed across the borderlands. In the camps of both elves and dwarves, warriors clutched their heads as foreign thoughts and manufactured hatreds were suddenly exposed as the manipulations they were. In the courts of both realms, the identical advisors, Thalindril and Karok, found their disguises faltering, their true shadowy nature briefly visible to horrified onlookers. Exhausted, Lyra and Vargrim collapsed beside the monoliths, their hands still clasped where their powers had joined. "It's only temporary," Vargrim warned, his voice hoarse. "The prison weakens daily. Without the full complement of 7 runesmiths and 7 weavers working in concert, we've merely delayed the inevitable." Lyra nodded, her silver eyes meeting his with new understanding. "Then we must rebuild what was lost, the alliance that created the binding accord. They won't believe us," Vargrim said bitterly, thinking of his exile. "Centuries of division aren't overcome in a day." "Perhaps not," Lyra acknowledged, looking down at their still-joined hands where silver light and golden runes continued to mingle. "But we have something our ancestors did not." "And what is that?" "Dreams that walk together," she replied simply, "a connection across divisions." If Morgoth could use whispers to turn us against each other, then perhaps we can use truth to reunite what should never have been sundered, Vargrim finished, a reluctant smile breaking through his beard. Above them, the mists of Nethermere began to disperse, allowing true sunlight to touch the ancient stones for the first time in millennia. The monoliths, no longer quite so forbidding, revealed new inscriptions in their surfaces, glyphs that had been hidden beneath corruption, telling not only of binding and imprisonment, but of cooperation and shared purpose between races created as complementary halves of a greater whole. As they began their journey back toward the divided armies, new dreams were already spreading, dreams of truth and ancient alliance, flowing outward from the combined power they had briefly unleashed, dreams that would awaken both elves and dwarves to the greater threat and perhaps to the greater possibility that lay in unity. Behind them, beneath the ancient stones, violet light pulsed once more, weaker but still present. For this was not the end of their tale, but merely the first chapter in the awakening of powers long forgotten, and the rediscovery of alliances forged in the crucible of necessity. Story 3. The halls of Khazad Mithril wept molten tears as shadow creatures surged through its deepest chambers. Once gleaming corridors of polished mithril and gold, adorned with runes of protection that had stood unwavering for millennia, now bore the scars of an unnatural darkness. The ancient dwarven stronghold, carved into the living heart of Mount Silverforge and home to the greatest smiths of the age, had fallen silent save for the distant screams of its people and the otherworldly chittering of the invaders. At the eastern gate, a lone figure stood against the dying light of day. 20 years of exile had weathered Thrain Forjadura's face into a landscape of crags and valleys, his rust-colored beard now streaked with silver and elaborately braided with steel rings that clinked softly with each breath. His eyes, the color of forge coals, fixed upon the smoke rising from ventilation shafts that dotted the mountainside like dragon's breath. "A home," he whispered, the word falling from his lips like a prayer and a curse combined. Slung across his broad back was a weapon unlike any other, the solar hammer, its head crafted from a metal unknown to any living smith, its surface perpetually gleaming as though capturing sunlight even in darkness. Its haft was wrapped in leather darkened by centuries of handling, emblazoned with runes so ancient that even the eldest lore-keepers had forgotten their precise meaning. Thrain had found it, or perhaps it had found him during his exile, hidden within a temple dedicated to Solarius, the forgotten god of dawn. Its power was magnificent and terrible. When wielded by a true master smith, it could forge weapons imbued with pure light, capable of banishing even the most ancient darkness. Yet, as Thrain approached the smaller side entrance known only to the royal family, doubt gnawed at him like rust on fine steel. Would they accept his help or execute him on sight? His crime had been unforgivable by dwarven law, creating the Blood Forge, a crucible that used living essence to create weapons of unparalleled power. The same crucible that had disappeared after his banishment, along with his younger brother, Durin. The guard at the hidden door recognized him instantly. "Oathbreaker!" he spat, though his hand trembled on his axe. "Ah, you dare return. I come bearing both warning and hope," Thrain replied, standing tall despite the weight of years and shame. "The shadows that plague Khazad Mithril, I know their source." Before the guard could respond, a scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of shattering stone. The door behind him burst open, revealing a dwarf soldier whose armor bore the fresh marks of battle, shadow spawn in the western halls. "They've breached the royal quarter." In the chaos that followed, Thrain slipped inside, the solar hammer glowing faintly as if sensing the proximity of its ancient enemy. The corridors of his youth were transformed, beautiful murals depicting the great deeds of his ancestors, now marred by viscous black residue that pulsed with malevolent life. The air itself felt wrong, heavy with the scent of tarnished metal and decay. As he descended deeper into the mountain, following the sounds of battle, he encountered the first of the shadow spawn, twisted creatures that seemed formed of living darkness, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with sickly yellow light. They moved with unnatural speed, flowing like liquid shadow around the weapons of the dwarven defenders. Thrain hefted the solar hammer, which now blazed with golden light. When it connected with the nearest shadow spawn, the creature shrieked, a sound like metal grinding against stone, before dissolving into motes of darkness that faded into nothing. "Back to the void that spawned you," Thrain growled, advancing through the suddenly wary horde. The creatures parted before him, their chittering taking on a frightened tone. Behind their lines, dwarven soldiers looked upon him with a mixture of awe and suspicion. One step forward, a female warrior whose elaborate beard braids marked her as a member of the royal guard. "The king is dead," she announced bluntly. The shadow spawn tore through his chambers like they knew exactly where to find him. Princess Hela leads the defense from the forge sanctum. Thrain's heart sank. The king, his uncle, had been the one to exile him, but had done so with tears in his eyes and mercy in his judgment. Execution would have been the traditional punishment. "Take me to the princess," he commanded. "I know how to end this." The forge sanctum lay at the very heart of Khazad Mithril, a vast chamber dominated by forges and anvils, where the realm's mastercrafters created works of legend. Now it had been transformed into a last bastion of resistance. Wounded dwarves lined the walls, while able-bodied defenders barricaded the entrances against the relentless shadow tide. Princess Hela Silverbeard stood at the central forge, her armor dented, but her stance unbowed. Her eyes widened at the sight of Thrain. "The exile returns," she said, her voice carrying above the din of preparation, bearing a hammer that shines like the sun. "Is this penance or opportunism, cousin?" "Neither," Thrain replied. "It's necessity. The shadow spawn, they're controlled by the blood forge." A murmur ran through the assembled dwarves. Many hands moved to weapons. "You dare speak its name?" Hela's voice was cold. "The abomination you created." "The abomination I abandoned," Thrain corrected. "But my brother did not. Durin found it after my exile, didn't he?" The princess's silence was confirmation enough. Thrain closed his eyes briefly, the weight of his failure crushing down upon him anew. "Where is he now?" "The deep forge," answered an unexpected voice. All heads turned toward the corner of the sanctum, where a slender figure rose from tending the wounded. Her movements possessed the fluid grace unique to the elven kind, yet she wore the practical garments of a healer rather than the finery associated with her race. Silver hair was pulled back in a simple braid, revealing ears with the pronounced points of high elven nobility and eyes the color of twilight. "Elenwe Starweaver," she introduced herself, approaching with the confidence of one accustomed to being where she was not expected. "Archimage of the Purification Order. I have tracked the corruption from the Everwood when our sacred trees began to wither from an unknown taint." The dwarves regarded her with suspicion. Elves were rare visitors to their underground realm. But Thrain recognized the symbols embroidered on her sleeves. "A purifier," he breathed. "You seek to cleanse arcane corruption." "And you bear the solar hammer," she replied, her eyes fixed on the gleaming weapon. A fortuitous convergence. "The corruption emanates from the deepest chambers, what you call the deep forge. Your brother has used the Bloodforge to open a channel to the Shadow Realm, but the flow has begun to consume him. I sense his life force dimming. Thrain's grip tightened on the hammer's haft. Then there may still be time to save him. Save him? Princess Healer's laugh was bitter. He has doomed us all. The Shadow Horde grows stronger by the hour. I created the Bloodforge, Thrain said quietly. Its corruption is my burden to bear. Let me attempt to make right what I once made wrong. After heated debate, a plan emerged. Princess Healer would lead the defense of the upper halls, while Thrain and Elenwy would descend to the Deep Forge, the primordial chamber where the dwarves' most ancient ancestors had first discovered the art of smithing. Their journey downward was a descent into increasing darkness. The elegant architecture of the upper halls gave way to rougher, more primal constructions, stonework from an age when dwarves had only just begun to master their craft. The air grew hot and sulphurous, filled with the distant rumble of the mountain's fiery heart. Elenwy moved with surprising comfort through the narrow passages. "No, your brother's corruption has advanced further than I feared," she observed, touching a wall where veins of darkness pulsed beneath the stone like diseased blood vessels. The Bloodforge was never meant to channel such power. It draws life not only from its wielder, but from the very stone around us. "It was a mistake," Thrain admitted, ducking beneath a low archway. "I sought to create weapons of unparalleled power. I never considered the cost. Few ever do," Elenwy replied without judgment. "Power and consequence are eternal partners in the dance of creation." They emerged onto a narrow ledge overlooking the Deep Forge, a vast cavern dominated by a lake of magma at its center. Ancient platforms of heat-resistant stone jutted from the molten sea, connected by narrow bridges. Upon the central platform stood a grotesque altar of twisted metal and crystal, the Bloodforge, glowing with unhealthy crimson light. Before it stood a figure that Thrain barely recognized. Durin's once proud form was now twisted, his flesh seeming to melt into shadow in places, his eyes burning with the same sickly yellow light as the shadow spawn. His hands, plunged into the Bloodforge's crucible, had become elongated claws of darkness. "Brother!" Thrain called, his voice echoing across the chamber. "Stop this madness!" Durin's head snapped up, a terrible smile spreading across his distorted face. "The prodigal craftsman returns," he hissed, his voice layered with unnatural harmonics. "Come to witness my ascension." "I've come to save you," Thrain replied, beginning the treacherous descent toward the central platform. "Save me," Durin laughed, the sound sending ripples across the magma. "I have surpassed you in every way. The Bloodforge has shown me truths hidden since the creation of the world. Why forge weapons when you can forge yourself into something greater?" With a gesture from Durin, shadow spawn began to materialize from the darkness surrounding the platform. Unlike those above, these moved with purpose and intelligence, wielding weapons of solidified shadow. Elenwy's hands began to glow with silver light. "The corruption speaks through him," she warned. "What remains of your brother is fading quickly." The battle that followed was desperate and harrowing. Thrain's solar hammer blazed with increasing intensity as it smashed through the shadow spawn, while Elenwy's purification magic created spheres of protective light that kept the darkness at bay. Yet for each creature they destroyed, two more emerged from the shadows. Fighting his way to the central platform, Thrain finally stood face to face with the thing his brother had become. "The hammer!" Durin hissed, eyeing it covetously. "Give it to me!" Combined with the Bloodforge, I could reshape reality itself. "This ends now," Thrain declared, raising the hammer high, but instead of striking his brother, he brought the hammer down upon the Bloodforge itself. The crucible cracked, dark energies spilling forth in a torrent that threatened to consume everything it touched. Elenwe was at his side in an instant, her hands pressing against the fracturing forge, silver light flowing from her fingertips to contain the escaping corruption. "I cannot hold it for long," she gasped. "It must be purified or destroyed completely." Thrain looked at his brother, who had fallen to his knees as the forge's power fluctuated wildly. For a brief moment, the corruption receded from Durin's face, and Thrain saw a flash of recognition of the younger brother who had once followed him admiringly through these very halls. "There is a way," Thrain said with sudden clarity. "The primordial fire still burns beneath this chamber, the original flame of creation that our ancestors discovered. If we can cast the blood forge into it, the mountain will not survive such a release of power," Elenwe warned. "Then we evacuate," Thrain decided. "But first, my brother." With the solar hammer in one hand and his brother's partially transformed body supported by his shoulder, Thrain led the way to an ancient lift mechanism. Elenwe followed, her magic barely containing the corruption that now poured from the damaged forge. They reached the upper halls to find Princess Hela organizing the evacuation. The Shadow Spawn were already beginning to dissolve as their connection to the blood forge weakened. "The mountain is lost," Thrain told her grimly, "but our people need not be." As the dwarves of Khazad Mithril streamed from their ancestral home, carrying what treasures they could salvage, Thrain stood at the entrance with Elenwe and the semi-conscious form of Durin. Behind them, deep within the mountain, the blood forge finally sank into the primordial flame, releasing a surge of power that caused the entire mountain to shudder. "What now, exile?" Princess Hela asked, watching as cracks appeared in the mountainside. Thrain looked down at the solar hammer, still gleaming despite everything. "Now we rebuild, not just our homes, but ourselves." There is an ancient forge site in the eastern ranges, one sacred to both dwarf and elf. Perhaps there we can create something new, something better. Elenwe nodded, her hands still glowing with healing magic as she worked to purify what remained of Durin. The corruption can be cleansed, but it requires time and cooperation. As Mount Silverforge began to collapse behind them, taking the ancient halls of Khazad Mithril with it, Thrain felt the weight of exile lifting from his shoulders. Redemption, he realized, was not found in returning to what was, but in forging what could be. The solar hammer pulsed once in his grip, as if in agreement, its light illuminating the path forward. Story 4. Ice crystals bloomed like unearthly flowers across the ancient oak's bark, their delicate patterns spreading with a soft crackling sound that seemed impossibly loud in the summer heat. Beneath the emerald canopy of Storie, where eternal summer had reigned for 3 millennia, a blanket of frost now glistened under the midday sun, defying nature's most sacred laws. Seraphina Moonshadow knelt beside the frozen pond, her slender elven fingers hovering above the ice that should not, could not, exist in the heart of the summer court's domain. Her reflection stared back at her, silver eyes wide with confirmation of the terror her dreams had foretold. The glass-like surface captured her features, the delicate arch of her pointed ears adorned with intricate silver cuffs, the luminescent markings that swirled across her temples, marking her as one of the rare dream walkers, those born with the gift or curse of prophetic visions. "It begins," she whispered, her breath visible in the unnaturally cold air. "Just as I saw." For 3 moons, Seraphina's dreams had been haunted by the same vision, the frost dragon of Mount Eternal stirring from its ancient slumber, its glacial breath creeping across the realms, freezing everything in its path. Behind the dragon, a shimmering tear in reality, the star portal, widening with each exhalation of the great beast. The ancient dwarf prophecy spoke of the portal and its guardian, but few among the elves paid heed to dwarf legends. Even fewer understood what truly lay beyond the portal, not invaders seeking entrance, but something far worse, seeking escape. Seraphina had brought her visions before the Elven High Council, standing tall amid the judgmental gazes of elders who had witnessed the turning of centuries. "The dragon awakens," she had declared, her voice steady despite their skepticism. "The prophecy speaks of a savior, the son of fire born among stones, who alone can prevent catastrophe." High Councillor Thalarion had dismissed her with a wave of his bejeweled hand. Dwarven superstitions are not the concern of the Dorie. The frost is merely an anomaly, nothing more. But as Seraphina now watched a butterfly, its wings crusted with ice, fall lifeless to the frozen forest floor, she knew the truth. The anomaly was spreading. Time was running short. That night, she slipped away from the luminescent spires of Silverleaf City, leaving behind only a letter for her mentor. Her path would take her to the Ironforge Mountains where, according to the fragments of prophecy she had pieced together, she would find the one whose fiery blood could counter the dragon's frost. 7 days later, Seraphina stood in the smoky confines of a dwarf forge carved deep into the mountains. All around her, the rhythmic clang of hammers on anvils created a symphony of industry that echoed through the cavernous halls. The heat was oppressive after the delicate climate control of elven lands, sweat beading along her brow as she faced the broad-shouldered figure before her. "I seek Grimir Flammacardoom," she announced, trying not to cough as acrid smoke filled her lungs. The dwarves nearest her fell silent, their hammers pausing mid-swing. Whispers rippled through the forge, the outcast, fire-cursed, exile. A burly dwarf with a beard braided with iron beads stepped forward. "What business has an elf with the flame heart?" His tone carried centuries of distrust between their peoples. "The business of salvation," Seraphina replied, standing her ground. "For both our realms." Eventually, they directed her to a solitary forge at the mountain's edge, far removed from the dwarf city proper. There, working alone, she found him, Grimir Flammacardoom, his muscular arms bare and covered in burn scars that form patterns almost like script. His red-gold beard was shorter than tradition dictated, singed at the edges, and his dark eyes held the wariness of one accustomed to rejection. "An elf in my forge," he growled, continuing to hammer the glowing metal before him without looking up. "Come to gawk at the fire-cursed dwarf." "I've come because of the ice dragon," Seraphina said simply. The hammer froze mid-swing. Grimir's head snapped up, eyes narrowing. "What do you know of it?" "I know it stirs. I know frost spreads in summer forests. And I know the prophecy speaks of one like you." Grimir spat into the forge fire, which flared unnaturally bright in response. "Prophecies are fool's comfort. I'm no savior, elf. I'm a mistake, a dwarf with tainted blood." To demonstrate, he held his palm over the metal he'd been working. Instead of reaching for tools, he closed his eyes in concentration. Flames erupted from his skin, dancing across his palm without burning him, heating the metal to a perfect cherry red. "Elemental fire runs in my veins," he said bitterly. "A gift from an ancestor who dallied with fire spirits, or so the shame tale goes. It makes me an abomination among my kind." Seraphina stepped closer, unafraid. "It makes you exactly what the world needs." She reached into her pack and withdrew a crystalline vial containing what appeared to be liquid starlight. Uncorking it, she poured a drop onto the stone floor. The droplet expanded, forming a perfect replica of Mount Eternal with a miniature dragon curled around its peak. "The dragon was never meant to keep things out," she explained, as the illusory beast stirred. Would it guards against what lies within, the void beyond, an ancient emptiness that devours light and life. The star portal is a prison door, and the dragon its jailer, but now it wakes, and its frost spreads, not out of malice, but weakness, its fire core dims. Grimir studied the illusion, his craftsman's eyes analyzing its details. And what am I supposed to do? Challenge a legendary dragon to a blacksmith's contest, rekindle its flame, Seraphina replied. Only fire born of both earth and spirit, the fire in your blood, can reignite what's fading. Their journey to Mount Eternal took them through the treacherous veil of illusions, where reality and imagination blurred into a dangerous confluence. Shimmering pathways twisted into impossible geometries, while phantoms of their deepest fears materialized from the mist only to dissolve when confronted. For Seraphina, the illusions took the form of her fellow elves, turning away in dismissal of her visions. For Grimir, they were the faces of his kin, their expressions twisted with disgust at his existence. "No, why do you trust me?" he asked on the third night, as they camped beneath a sky where stars seemed to rearrange themselves hourly. "Your kind and mine have been at odds since the sundering." Seraphina's silver eyes reflected the dancing flames of their campfire. "Perhaps that's precisely why the prophecy names you. Some rifts can only be healed by those who embody both sides." Grimir scoffed, but his usual bitterness seemed muted. "I embody neither dwarf nor fire spirit. I belong nowhere." "Sometimes," she answered softly, "belonging nowhere allows you to go where others cannot." As they ascended Mount Eternal, the air grew impossibly cold. Ice formations towered around them like ancient sentinels, and their breath crystallized into shimmering clouds that lingered long after exhalation. Yet wherever Grimir stepped, the ice melted slightly beneath his boots, leaving momentary footprints of exposed stone before the frost reclaimed them. Near the summit, they encountered the first sign of the dragon's weakening guard. A tear in reality that shimmered like oil on water, through which glimpses of absolute emptiness could be seen. No stars, no darkness, simply nothing. The sight of it induced vertigo so severe that Seraphina stumbled, saved from falling only by Grimir's strong grip on her arm. "It hungers," she whispered, feeling the void pulling at her very essence. The emptiness beyond. It would consume everything, stars, realms, souls. More tears appeared as they climbed higher, each one larger than the last. The mountain itself seemed to be fracturing under the strain of containing what lay within. Finally, they reached the ancient caldera at the summit. There, curled in a massive spiral of crystalline scales that reflected starlight in hypnotic patterns, lay the ice dragon. Its body circled the largest tear of all, a gaping wound in reality that pulsed with hungry anticipation. The dragon's eyes opened as they approached, ancient, knowing eyes that held the wisdom of epochs and the weight of an eternal burden. Its voice, when it spoke, bypassed their ears and resonated directly in their minds. The Dreamwalker and the Fire Blood, it acknowledged, frost billowing from its massive jaws. "You come as the cycle demands." Seraphina stepped forward, her elven grace evident even as she trembled with cold and awe. "Great Guardian, we come to aid you. Your strength wanes and the seals weaken." The dragon's enormous head lowered until one giant eye, larger than both of them combined, studied them closely. The emptiness grows stronger with each turning. "I can no longer contain it alone." Grimir, looking almost small beside the immensity of the dragon, nonetheless held his ground. "I'm told my fire can help strengthen yours." "Approach, son of two natures," the dragon commanded. Grimir walked forward until he stood directly before the dragon's glacial snout. The cold was so intense that even Seraphina, with her elven resistance, felt her life force beginning to dim. How Grimir endured it, she couldn't fathom. The dwarf closed his eyes, concentrating as he had in his forge. But instead of the controlled flames that had danced across his palm, his entire body erupted in fire, not wild and destructive, but focused and purposeful. The ancient runes hidden within his scars blazed with golden light, revealing patterns that matched those etched into the mountainside around them. Fire of earth, fire of spirit, Seraphina chanted, drawing from ancient texts she had memorized. Reforge what was broken, rekindle what dims. The dragon inhaled deeply, drawing Grimir's flames into itself. With each breath, the ice around its body melted away, revealing scales of burnished gold and crimson beneath. Its true form, not a creature of ice, but a being of primal fire, emerged as its original power awakened. With renewed strength, the guardian dragon reared up, its wings extending to span the entire caldera. It exhaled a blast of purifying flame that cauterized the rifts in reality, sealing them one by one until only the central portal remained. "The binding is renewed," the dragon declared, its voice now warm and resonant rather than frigid and distant. "But the emptiness grows ever stronger. In time, another will come when my fire dims again." As Grimir's flames subsided, he fell to his knees, exhausted but unharmed. Seraphina rushed to his side, supporting him with a strength belied by her slender frame. "Is it over?" he asked, his voice hoarse. The dragon curled once more around the now diminished portal, its scales shifting between gold and ice as it established a new equilibrium. For this age, fire blood. For this age only. As they descended the mountain, the unnatural frost was already receding from the lands below. By the time they reached the foothills, messengers from both the elven courts and dwarf kingdoms awaited them, bearing news of the mysterious ice's disappearance and, more significantly, invitations to tell their tale to both rulers. "They'll never believe us," Grimir muttered, his customary gruffness returning, though tempered now with something like purpose. Seraphina's silver eyes gleamed with quiet determination. "Perhaps not at first. But this is how change begins, one story, one alliance at a time." She glanced back at the mountain where, just for a moment, the outline of a great dragon could be seen against the setting sun, neither creature of pure ice nor pure fire, but a guardian of balance between extremes. "Some rifts," she repeated softly, "can only be healed by those who embody both sides." Grimir's calloused hand found hers, fire and grace united in a grip that promised new possibilities for themselves and for the long-divided peoples they represented. Story 5. The night sky over Lumen Vale wept darkness as another star blinked out of existence. For thousands of years, the velvet canopy above had remained unchanged, a constant tapestry of silver light that elves used to navigate their eternal lives and dwarves relied upon to mark the passing of ages deep within their mountain halls. Now, for the fifth night in succession, the heavens had become a little darker, a little more hollow, as if some unseen hand were plucking jewels from the crown of night itself. Arundel Starrider stood upon the highest balcony of the crystal observatory, his slender elven fingers gripping the ancient railing as his silver eyes reflected the diminishing constellations above. The observatory, a magnificent spire of luminescent crystal and enchanted silver, rose from the peak of Mount Ether Vale like a frozen fountain of light. visible for hundreds of leagues in all directions. For 3,000 years, it had served as neutral ground where the seven races could meet in peace, protected by enchantments older than any living memory. Celestis Major has vanished, Arundel whispered, his melodic voice carrying the weight of profound dread. The Wayfarer's star is gone. Behind him, Elder Thistlewind, his ancient mentor whose silver hair cascaded like a waterfall down robes embroidered with celestial symbols, nodded gravely. Then we have no choice. The council must convene. Ready the summons, young one. Within 3 days, representatives from all 7 races arrived at the observatory. Arundel watched from his scribing position as they entered the Grand Rotunda, a vast circular chamber whose domed ceiling displayed a perfect magical replica of the night sky, now conspicuously marred by growing patches of emptiness. The elf had been tasked with recording the historic proceedings, his enchanted quill poised over parchment that would preserve every word spoken. The elven delegation arrived first, led by Lady Aelina Dawnlight, her face a perfect mask of serenity that barely concealed the anxiety beneath. Next came the dwarven contingent, stomping in with ceremonial armor that gleamed with runes of power, led by Thane Grimbeard, whose braided beard was adorned with gemstones that caught the light with every movement. The other races followed, humans with their short-lived urgency, the stoic centaurs, the mercurial sylphs, the ancient treants, and finally the secretive Noctari, who rarely emerged from their subterranean realm. At the center of the rotunda stood the celestial podium, upon which rested the legendary astrolabe of ages, an artifact of immense power created in the time before memory, capable of tracking the movements of celestial bodies across both space and time. Its complex series of golden rings and platinum spheres rotated silently, powered by magic that predated the founding of the first Elven Kingdom. And the stars are not simply disappearing, Lady Aelina announced, her voice carrying the weight of 10,000 years of elven wisdom. They are being consumed. Before she could elaborate, a blinding flash of purple light erupted from beneath the podium. Arundel's quill dropped from his fingers as chaos erupted in the chamber. Shadowy figures materialized from the light, their forms twisted and elongated, moving with impossible fluidity as they attacked the council members. The young elf watched in horror as several councillors fell, their bodies contorting as darkness seemed to pour into their mouths and eyes. In the confusion, Arundel witnessed a hooded figure seize the astrolabe, which emitted a mournful tone like a crystal goblet being shattered in slow motion. Without thinking, he lunged forward, his elven reflexes carrying him across the chamber with supernatural speed. "Stop!" he cried, grasping the edge of the astrolabe just as the thief yanked it free from its housing. A surge of celestial energy erupted from the artifact, knocking everyone in the vicinity backward. Arundel felt a searing pain as something etched itself into his palm, a starburst pattern that seemed to glow with inner light. The hooded figure vanished in another flash of purple light, taking the astrolabe with them, but not before Arundel glimpsed a face beneath the hood, a face composed of swirling darkness with points of light where eyes should be. "Seize him!" Thane Grimbeard bellowed, pointing a gnarled finger at Arundel. "The elf has betrayed us all!" Guards converged on Arundel from all sides. Panic seized him as he realized how this appeared. He, the closest to the astrolabe when it was taken, now bearing a strange mark on his palm. Before he could protest his innocence, a strong hand grasped his arm and pulled him through a side entrance. "Move quickly, Stargazer, if you value your life," growled a gravelly voice. Arundel found himself face to face, or rather face to beard, with a female dwarf barely reaching his shoulder. Her rust-colored hair was tied in intricate braids adorned with metal beads, and her weathered face bore the tattoos of a diplomatic emissary. Most striking were her eyes, amber and sharp as a hawk's, with an intelligence that belied the stereotypes elves held about her kind. Torgin Stonehair, dwarf ambassador to the Eastern Realms. She introduced herself curtly as she pulled him down a hidden corridor. Yeah, and you've just been made the scapegoat for whatever darkness has found its way into our world. But I didn't, Arundel began. Save it, Torgin interrupted. I saw what happened. The Shadow Walkers used you as a distraction. Now show me your palm. Reluctantly, Arundel unclenched his hand, revealing the starburst pattern now seemingly embedded in his flesh. It pulsed faintly with silvery light. Torgin's breath caught. As by the Forge Father's hammer, it's true, the mark of the Star Guardians. The what? There's no time. The old legends are awakening, and we need to move. There's a passage beneath the observatory that leads to the Whispering Wastes. We can lose any pursuers there. For 3 days and nights, the unlikely pair traveled across the Whispering Wastes, a desolate expanse of crystalline sand that sang mournful melodies when the wind blew. Arundel, raised in the verdant forests of the Elven realms, found the barren landscape disorienting. Torgin, however, moved with the confidence of one who had crossed this terrain many times before. How does a dwarf ambassador know so much about celestial legends? Arundel asked on the third night, as they huddled beside a small fire of blue flame that emitted no smoke. Torgin's weathered face creased in a sardonic smile. Adun, you think because we dwell beneath mountains, we don't study the stars? The deepest dwarf halls contain mirrors and shafts designed to channel starlight into our most sacred chambers. The astrolabe itself was forged by dwarf hands, though elves provided the enchantments. She reached into her pack and withdrew a small leather-bound book. The Chronicles of the Starfall, she explained. Written in the First Age, when another star disappeared, just one, and a great darkness nearly consumed all the realms. Another star? This happened before. Once, 10,000 years ago. The Chronicle speaks of the Star Devourer, an entity that exists between realms, feeding on celestial light to grow stronger. It was imprisoned by an alliance of elves and dwarves who sacrificed much to bind it. And now it's returning, Arundel whispered, gazing up at the diminished sky. The binding is weakening, Torgin confirmed. The signs were there, earthquakes in places never before shaken, ancient runes fading from dwarf halls, the ancestral songs of elves becoming harder to remember. She pointed to his palm. That mark means you're descended from those who performed the original binding. Somewhere in your lineage, elf and dwarf blood mingled. Arundel recoiled at the suggestion. Generations of cultural separation, making the idea almost blasphemous. Yet the evidence glowed on his palm. Their journey took them to the Vertebral Mountains, a jagged range of peaks resembling the spine of some colossal beast. There, in ancient ruins half buried in the mountainside, they discovered inscriptions that confirmed Torgin's tale. As Arundel traced the faded symbols with his fingers, his mark began to glow brighter, and for a moment, the inscription shimmered with renewed clarity. "I can read it," he said, surprised. "Though it's in no language I've ever studied." The inscription spoke of the Star Devourer, an entity as old as light itself, and of the astrolabe, not merely a tool for observation, but a key that could either strengthen or weaken the prison between worlds. As their quest continued, Arundel began experiencing strange phenomena. At night, faint wisps of starlight seemed to flow toward him, dancing around his slender form before being absorbed into his mark. He found he could conjure small spheres of light that mimicked the stars above, and his vision extended far beyond normal elven sight, perceiving distant celestial bodies invisible to others. "The power of the Star Guardians awakens in you," Torgin observed. "On the blood remembers what the mind has forgotten." Their path led them finally to the forgotten citadel, a structure of impossible architecture that floated among the clouds above the highest peak of the vertebral range. No stairway or bridge connected it to the world below. It hung suspended by ancient magic that defied conventional understanding. "How do we reach it?" Arundel asked, gazing up at the ethereal structure. In answer, Torgin removed a small stone from a pouch at her belt, a perfectly round sphere of obsidian flecked with points of light like a miniature night sky. "The Wayfinder stone," she explained, "passed down through generations of dwarf ambassadors, the last gift from the Star Guardians before they vanished from history." When Arundel touched the stone, his mark flared brilliantly. A bridge of pure starlight materialized before them, stretching from the mountain peak to the floating citadel above. The citadel's interior was a marvel of both elven and dwarven craftsmanship, soaring arches reminiscent of ancient elven temples supported by dwarven foundations of geometric precision. At its heart lay a chamber that mirrored the rotunda of the observatory below, but far more ancient. There they found the cultists who had attacked the council, preparing a ritual around a shadowy vortex that pulsed with malevolent energy. The stolen astrolabe hung suspended above the vortex, its rings spinning chaotically as it channeled power into the growing darkness. "We're too late," Torgin whispered. "They're using the astrolabe to widen the prison gate?" As if sensing their presence, the leader of the cultists turned, the same figure Arundel had glimpsed at the observatory. The hood fell back, revealing not a face, but a swirling void studded with dying stars. "The Avatar," Torgin gasped. "Torgin." "But the Star Devourer already has a foothold in our world." The Avatar's voice resonated not in their ears, but directly in their minds. "The stars are merely the beginning. All light will feed the hunger." Arundel felt a pulling sensation as the starlight he had absorbed began to drain toward the vortex. Torgin staggered beside him, the Wayfinder stone in her hand dimming as its essence was drawn away. In that desperate moment, Arundel understood what had to be done. The mark on his palm was not merely a sign, it was a key, just as the astrolabe was. Together, they formed the lock that could reseal the prison. "Torgin," he called over the growing maelstrom, "the binding requires both bloodlines, dwarf and elf together." Understanding dawned in her amber eyes. She grasped his marked hand with her calloused palm, the Wayfinder stone pressed between them. Drawing upon his awakening powers, Arundel channeled every mote of celestial light within him. Torgin chanted in ancient Khazdul, the secret language of dwarves, invoking the power of stone and star. Together, they moved toward the vortex, even as the Avatar shrieked in defiance. The astrolabe's chaotic spinning slowed as Arundel reached for it with his free hand. The moment his fingers touched the ancient artifact, a shockwave of pure light erupted outward. The cultists were thrown back, their shadowy forms dissolving in the radiance. The Avatar lunged forward, its void-like form stretching impossibly, but it was caught in the surge of combined power. Arundel felt the celestial energy flow through him, through Torgin, through the astrolabe, forming a circuit of binding magic that forced the vortex to collapse upon itself. With a final scream that echoed across realms, the Avatar was pulled back into the collapsing portal, the darkness folding in upon itself until nothing remained but a single point of intense light, a new star born from the binding. Exhausted, Arundel and Torgin collapsed to the floor of the ancient chamber. The astrolabe settled gently beside them, its rings once again moving in perfect harmony. "It will take generations before the stolen stars return," Arundel said weakly, watching as the mark on his palm faded to a faint silver outline. Torgin nodded, her expression softening in a way few elves had ever witnessed in a dwarf. "But return they will. And perhaps by then, our peoples will remember that our destinies have always been intertwined, like stars in the same constellation." As dawn broke over the forgotten citadel, a new understanding dawned as well, that the ancient alliance between elf and dwarf had never truly been forgotten by the stars themselves, who had watched over both races since the beginning of time and would continue to do so for ages yet to come. Story 6. The first scream came in the depths of night, piercing through Alicia Brisamanso's dreams like a silver arrow. It was not a sound that could be heard with mortal ears, but rather a vibration that resonated in the very marrow of her bones, the death cry of an ancestral tree. She woke with tears streaming down her face, her emerald eyes wide with terror as the moonlight filtered through the woven branches of her arboreal dwelling high in the canopy of Verdantis. For 10,000 years, the ancestral trees had stood as silent sentinels of the realm, their massive trunks wider than 20 elves standing hand to hand, their crowns piercing the very clouds above. They were not merely trees, but the physical embodiment of the world's oldest magic, living conduits between the earth and sky, between past and future. And now, one had fallen silent. Elysia pressed her palm against the living wood of her home, feeling the faint, musical pulse that was the lifeblood of Verdantis. As a druid of the Silverleaf Circle, she had been blessed, or perhaps cursed, with the rare ability to hear the songs of trees. Each species sang with a different voice. Willows whispered melancholic ballads, oaks rumbled ancient epics, and the young birches trilled playful melodies that shifted with the seasons. But the ancestral trees, they sang the very song of creation itself, a harmony so profound and complex that even the eldest elven sages could grasp only fragments of its meaning. "Which one?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "The which one has fallen." 3 days later, Elysia stood before the blackened husk of what had once been the guardian of the western groves. Its mighty trunk, once radiant with amber light that pulsed like a heartbeat, now stood as a charred monument to something ancient and irreplaceable. The tree had not burned from without, but rather from within, as if its very soul had been set aflame and consumed. "This is the third this moon cycle," came a grave voice from behind her. Elder Thaliron, his face lined with worry and ancient wisdom, approached slowly. His eyes, the color of autumn leaves, reflected the horrific scene before them. "The Council of Branches convenes at dusk. Your presence is requested, young Brisamanso." That night, as the elven leaders argued in circles about the cause of the blight, Elysia slipped away to her meditation grove. Settling among the moss-covered roots of a young oak, she closed her eyes and let her consciousness drift into the verdant dream, the collective awareness shared by all growing things. The darkness of the dream realm swirled around her like midnight mist, before coalescing into the spectral image of an impossibly ancient tree. Its bark was like burnished silver, its leaves translucent crystals that chimed with each ethereal breeze. "Valena?" Elysia breathed, recognizing the first tree, the primordial ancestor from which all ancestral trees had sprung. "I thought you were but a legend." "I am memory and prophecy both, young daughter of the leaves." The tree's voice resonated not as sound, but as knowledge unfolding within Elysia's mind. "I reach out to you because time grows short. My children are being consumed. their songs stolen by those who would rewrite the harmony of creation itself. Who would dare such sacrilege? Elysia asked, her spectral form trembling within the dream. The arcane conclave believes they build a bridge to new worlds, but they construct only a gateway to oblivion. 7 of my children have fallen. When the 12th falls, the song will be broken beyond repair, and all realms will fall into discord. The spectral tree's branches shivered with what Elysia recognized as fear, an emotion she had never imagined a tree could feel. You must follow the path of silence through the 7 realms to the heart of Crystal Mountain, but you cannot walk this path alone. Seek the one whose roots dig deep, but whose heart yearns for the stars. When Elysia awoke, the first light of dawn was filtering through the forest canopy, and she knew what she must do. The mining outpost of Iron Deep clung to the eastern slopes of the Stone-Spine Mountains, like a stubborn burr on a traveler's cloak. Here, where the great forest of Verdantis gave way to rocky highlands, dwarven miners extracted precious ores and gems from the earth's reluctant grasp. It was a place of perpetual grime and the rhythmic clanging of hammer on stone, a cacophony that set Elysia's sensitive ears ringing. "I seek Grimrock Stone Shaper," she announced to the suspicious-eyed dwarven guard at the outpost's entrance. The guard's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "The mad geomancer? What business would a forest dweller have with that exile?" "My business is my own," Elysia replied, drawing herself up to her full height, nearly 2 feet taller than the stocky guard. "And urgent." She found Grimrock in a workshop cluttered with crystals, maps, and peculiar contraptions that hummed and occasionally sparked with arcane energy. The dwarf himself was equally disheveled, his steel-grey beard singed in places and braided haphazardly in others, his eyes the deep blue of sapphires magnified behind thick crystal lenses. "An elf," he grunted without looking up from the glowing crystal he was examining. "Come to mock the dwarf who talks to rocks, have you? I am Elysia Brissamanso of the Silverleaf Circle. And I've come because I speak with trees, not to mock one who converses with stone." This caught his attention. Grimrock set down his tools and studied her properly for the first time. "Trees, eh? And what do your lofty friends have to say that concerns a dwarf who's been cast out from his own kind?" "They scream as they die," Elysia said simply. "And the first tree says, you are the one whose roots dig deep, but whose heart yearns for the stars." The workshop fell silent except for the faint humming of the strange devices. Grimrock's face went ashen beneath his beard. "Valena spoke to you," he whispered, using the ancient name of the first tree. "Impossible. That entity hasn't communicated with mortals since it guided your ancestors to the crystal heart beneath Mount Luminaris." Elysia finished. "Yes, I know the legends of your people as well." Grimrock removed his crystal spectacles, revealing eyes marked with a starburst pattern around the pupils, the sign of one touched by elemental magic. What exactly did Valena tell you?" "That the arcane conclave is draining the ancestral trees to build something terrible, that we must travel through the 7 realms to the Crystal Mountain to stop them." The dwarf began pacing, muttering calculations and obscure references to himself. Finally, he stopped and faced her. 7 trees dead already, you say? Then we have precious little time. The conclave must be harnessing the raw creation magic of the Ancestrals to power their transcendence engine. Their what? A theoretical device I helped design before I understood its true purpose, Grimrock admitted, shame evident in his voice. Cylindril claimed it would allow communion between realms. I believed we were building a tool of knowledge, not a weapon that would consume the very pillars of our world. He began gathering equipment with surprising speed for one of his stature. Crystal rods, vials of shimmering powder, maps marked with arcane symbols. We'll need to move quickly. The path through the seven realms isn't a physical road, but a journey through the elemental planes where the roots of your trees and the heart of my mountains become one. Their journey began in the Whispering Plains, where tall grasses sang with the voices of ancestors long past. Here, they discovered the first connection, a withered circle of grassland surrounding a crystalline formation that pulsed with stolen arboreal energy. Grimrock destroyed the siphoning array with a precisely aimed crystal rod, while Elysia communed with the wounded earth, coaxing the traumatized soil to reveal the location of the next connection. In the Mistral Peaks, they battled wind elementals corrupted by the siphoned tree magic. In the tideless sea, they dove to the depths where coral formations had been twisted into unnatural configurations to channel the stolen power. Through the ember wastes they trudged, through the void barrens they navigated by starlight alone, and across the crystalline tundra they fought through blizzards of razor-sharp ice shards. With each realm traversed, they grew to respect and rely upon each other. Grimrock's knowledge of elemental bindings proved invaluable, while Elysia's communion with the natural world guided them when maps and instruments failed. They discovered that the ancient enmity between their peoples was built upon misunderstandings and secrets kept by those in power, including the Arcane Conclave, which had manipulated both races for centuries. The Seventh Realm, the Umbral Garden, tested them most severely. Here, shadow copies of themselves confronted them with their deepest fears and regrets. Elysia faced the specter of her father, who had died protecting the forest from human expansion. Grimrock confronted the ghost of his mentor, whom he had inadvertently betrayed by sharing the secrets of geomancy with the Conclave. Only by accepting these painful truths and forgiving themselves could they pass through to their final destination, the Crystal Mountain, heart of all elemental magic in the world. The central chamber of the Arcane Conclave was a marvel of magical architecture, a perfect hemisphere carved from a single massive crystal, its faceted walls reflecting and amplifying the arcane energies that swirled within. At its center stood the Transcendence Engine, a nightmarish construction of crystal, metal, and organic matter that pulsed with stolen vitality. 12 great conduits extended from it like the spokes of a wheel, 5 of them connected to crystalline vessels containing what appeared to be liquid light, the extracted essence of the ancestral trees. Archmage Silandril stood before the engine, his once kind face now sharp with fanatical determination. His silver robes, embroidered with the symbols of all elemental forces, swirled around him as if caught in an unseen wind. "I wondered when you would find your way here, Grimrock," the Archmage said without turning. "And you've brought one of the tree singers. How appropriate that you should witness the culmination of our great work." "This is no great work," Elysia challenged, her voice carrying the harmonic resonance she had learned from the trees. "You're committing murder on an unprecedented scale. The ancestral trees are sentient beings, ancient beyond reckoning." "They are tools," Silandril corrected, finally turning to face them. "Tools that have guarded their power selfishly for millennia, while our peoples struggled in the dirt. Do you know what this engine will accomplish? It will break the boundaries between worlds. It will allow us to expand beyond the limitations of our single realm. It will shatter the very foundations of our world," Grimrock countered, stepping forward with his crystal rod raised. "I've run the calculations, Silandril. The moment you connect the 12th essence container, the resonance cascade will be unstoppable." A cruel smile twisted the Archmage's lips. The 12th connection is already prepared. Even now, my agents are draining the essence of the first tree itself. Horror washed over Elysia as she felt a distant tremor in the song that had always flowed through her consciousness. Valena was under attack. In that moment of distraction, Silandril unleashed a blast of pure arcane force that sent both her and Grimrock crashing against the crystal walls. What followed was a desperate battle against not only Silandril, but the full might of the arcane conclave. Mages poured into the chamber, hurling spells that warped reality itself. Grimrock's earth magic raised crystal shields and launched stone projectiles, while Elysia called upon the primal forces of nature that existed even here, deep within the mountain. As the battle raged, the Transcendence engine began to pulse more rapidly, its connections to the essence containers glowing with blinding intensity. The 12th container, still empty, began to fill with golden light as Valena's essence was siphoned from across the continent. In a moment of clarity amid the chaos, Elysia understood what must be done. Meeting Grimrock's eyes across the chamber, she saw that he had reached the same conclusion. With a nod of mutual respect and something deeper that might, in another lifetime, have had the chance to grow, they enacted their desperate plan. While Grimrock used the last of his strength to disrupt the engine's containment field, Elysia dove toward the central core, calling upon the deepest magic of her druidic order, the ability to merge her life force with that of another living entity. As her physical form dissolved into pure magical energy, she became one with the collected essence of the ancestral trees, redirecting their power not outward toward other worlds, but inward, back into the roots of Verdantis itself. The crystal mountain trembled as ancient power flowed through new channels. Throughout the 7 realms, the earth split and reformed. New ancestral trees burst forth, not just in elven forests, but in dwarven mountains, human plains, and even the most desolate wastelands. Each new tree sang with a voice that combined the ancient wisdom of the originals with something new, a harmony that all beings could hear, if only they would listen. And at the heart of the transformed arcane conclave, now open to the sky above through a massive crystal dome, grew a tree unlike any other, with bark of silver-veined crystal and leaves that chimed like bells in the wind. Within its trunk, visible as a luminous silhouette, was the form of a young elven woman, her arms outstretched in an eternal embrace of the world she had saved. At its base sat a solitary dwarf, his star-marked eyes gazing upward as he carefully transcribed the new song that filled the air, the Symphony of Realms United, composed by the one whose sacrifice had taught the world to listen anew. And so it was that Elysia Brisamanso, the tree singer, and Grimrock Stoneshaper, the star-seeking dwarf, changed the fate of all realms through the power of the ancestral trees' song, a melody that would echo through the ages, as a testament to the harmony that exists between all things, if only we have the wisdom to hear it.